Hello? Uh. Welcome to the experience. The experiences of experiences. Is that me on screen? I don't know, maybe. I realize that the window is... Hold on a second. Probably fix this. Man, I love snapping grids. It's my favorite. Don't move the whole fucking thing. I'll kill you. There you go. Hi, welcome to my desktop monitor. This is not my usual background, I promise. I wanted to be funny. What's up? A whole month of drawing art and not streaming that, and then realizing that I was slowly becoming a decrepit being who was disintegrating at every step of the way. Hi y'all, I hope y'all are doing good. It's been a ride. At least for the last month. I got everything underway. Hold on a sec. I got all the folders I wanted to open up. I got Clip Studio open up on the side. You loved Art Fight too? Hell yeah. So yeah. Uh Alright, so in June, while I was playing like Crow Country and everything, I said like, oh, I'll be streaming some Art Fight stuff this year too. So let's do that. And then July rolled around, and then I started drawing a lot, and I was 4 pieces in, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I'll be streaming Art Fight this year, actually. Art Fight has, I decided to just not stream it because, like, with the schedule that I had going on, I was working during the day, and then I was like either taking a break or like immediately hopping into art, and I was just like, I don't think I have the mental capacity to actually fully stream constantly like this if I was going to. And so I just decided, like, nah, I think we'll be fine. No streaming. I mean, I miss streaming, but also I was like, I can't do this right now. There's a lot. But Art Fight was an extreme motivator this year. It has allowed me to make so many pieces. I've made over 20 pieces fully rendered. And like most of them are basically full bodies. If not like almost like half body to almost full body for most of them. They all I'm pretty sure it's out of 20 of them, 7 of them have like abstract framed backgrounds instead of full backgrounds. And some of the backgrounds are not like super complicated, but they're filled out enough to be, you know, to set the scene right. That sort of deal. So yeah, this is my Art Fight 2024 folder. I have all my other ones separated into, you know, years. So 2022 was my weakest. It was it was only 5 pieces. I save out a lot of versions. I was not as organized as I was for this year. I tried doing thumbnails, but I only did it for like 3 things. Couldn't get it to work out right. 2023, that was fun. I did 15 pieces, where the last 5 of them were done in the last day and a half of Art Fight, and I don't know how I did that, but I did, and my hand hurt. I only made like 4 drawings. I commend you for at least trying, because I know for some reason July was like the hardest month for literally everybody that I know that wanted to do Art Fight, and then immediately either burnt out or life had other plans. And yeah. And then 2024, this one was my most organized because you know, everything's in folders. Also, I had an OC ref folder to save all the ones I wanted to do, or the ones I was like instantly like, I'm gonna do something for this one actually. And I also have another file that has all my thumbnails because I want to talk about those too. Would have drawn more, got more defenses, alas. Dude, I didn't get that many defenses this year. I've maybe gotten like 7, maybe? I was included in 2 mass attacks as well. But I didn't get a lot, but I wasn't really complaining because it's just like, oh shit, someone actually did something for me. That was actually really cool of them. And I wish I did more revenges, but I only managed to do that for like 2 or 3 people. My most popular characters, it was Barbados, and closing in at second was well, actually, I need to look at the art fight page now. Hold on. Okay, yeah. It was I got 3 pieces for Barbados. I got 1 for Glamrock Galleon, 1 for Cortical, 1 for McGee, and hold on a second. Actually, I think hold on, let me look at the mass attacks too. 1 for the bird. 2 for the bird actually. Cortical was in there 3 times actually, because mass attacks. Yeah. I definitely wanted more Barbados pieces this year, because I do love that dude. And by the way, when we're going over each of the pieces, I'm gonna show off each person's art fight page as well, in case people want to like look at them and like find their socials and like look at their stuff, because everyone's got pieces, everyone's got things. It's good! I love it! I love Barbados, he's my favorite guy ever! Oops, I am accidentally clicking on bookmarks that I don't want to click on bookmarks. I just want to look at social media real fast. My whole setup is a mess right now because I'm trying to coordinate, you know, showing off my Windows screen and managing my files and making sure that my stream setup is okay. By the way, how's the music? It's probably a little low right now. $144p duck. Yeah, the music's a little low right now. I mean, I don't want it to overpower my voice, if anything. Hey there, Harrison. Hope you're doing good. I realize I'm gonna be talking a lot today. I got water and I got a snowball, so I am good to go. Okay. So, if everyone is good to go, hold on a minute. Make sure I get everything ready. And by the way, I just want to show off real quick, because I'm a big fan of, like, every time I look at my art fight page and I look at the thumbnails and I'm just like, damn, these are good, man. It makes me it makes me realize that, like, yes, my pieces are good enough to be warranted for, like, profile pictures too, and the thumbnail images really do, like, show that off. All these pieces from all the ones I've highlighted are from this year. Everything after that, previous years. But yeah, this year has been really cool. I really do enjoy it. I really did enjoy it. I was a little late to the game to starting because I did not have time to prep OC refs and everything. So yeah, I guess the best place to start is to just start from the start, the beginning. So with Art Fight this year, I wanted to start. I need you to my ears. Alright, to start from the beginning, I started late, but I wanted to try and be ahead of the game and be like, okay, I want to find some OC refs and stuff like that, and like find some new people or find some old friends that I didn't get around to doing last year, but wanted to do this year. It made me a little sad to realize that a lot of friends and mutuals who did attacks too. I wanted to do a Grumpus one, but I didn't get around to it. Hi, Stag. Yeah. Thanks, man. But yeah, I downloaded over 50 refs, or at least there's roughly 50 to maybe 60 plus OCs in here. But, but in terms of, like, the amount of people that I actually went for, I managed to I managed to get 31 people out of my 20 pieces, which is impressive. So I basically got about over halfway on all the people I wanted to attack. I wanted to do more Toontown stuff this year, but I couldn't. It just fell by the wayside as I was doing everything else. I try to make it work, but it is what it is. We got ads. I hate ads, but they help me. I'll let that chill out for a minute. Aiming high, making yourself proud. Yeah, man. It ended up working out pretty well for the most part. I was on a roll the entire month. I've had like a few moments of being like, I needed to relax and like take a break for a minute, or else I would lose my mind. And with I was about when it came to like the first like 10 or so pieces, I was on a roll. I was on a high. Like, I was making piece after piece after piece, like nearly like the day I started is when I also finished it. Whether it was always like late into the night too. I would start somewhere between like 6 or 8 p.m. and then by the time I'm done, it's like either midnight or 2 a.m. Some pieces were faster than others, some pieces were like a struggle for some reason. I'll tell you guys like which ones I ended up like having issues with. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, I started late, so I spent the first 3-ish days of Art Fight like gathering OC refs, and then on July 4th is when I made my first piece. And we can start going over them right now. So the first piece was an Angry Birds was a self-ship piece. So that was fun. And by the way, I'm also gonna go over the thumbnail images and also the different versions I've saved out, because for basically all of these except for like one of them, I made several like gradient alt pieces because I liked how they ended up turning out. So it gives them a little more different, it gives them a different vibe, a different color, and I like how they look. But I also, you know, I have the originals too. So let's return to the Art Fight page real quick. The only reason to celebrate 4th of July. Yippee! Wow, it's Mighty Eagle and its self-ship character. Yippee! I literally started this on the 4th of July and I finished it like 30 minutes before July 4th ended. It says 10:48 p.m., but actually, I think Art Fight's local time is an hour behind me. So that would be running on their time. For me, it would have been 11:48. But yeah, actually, what I actually ended up doing as well was, I made thumbnail images before I started the series of, like, pieces. And I'll show you that in a minute, too. This was from Max Static. They're a friend of mine. They're cool. I like them. Welcome to the show! Yippee! They got a lot of things going on. This is all their socials over here. Make it bigger so we can see. King Max Static on Tumblr, Peanut_BrittleCan on Instagram, Max Static on Toy House, and they also have their own little thing, their webcomic, which is cool. They fucking, oh my god, they're Max and like some other people are like insane because they have so many OCs. Now okay, the 27 is not correct. They had over 100 posted on here like a year ago. I swear to God. They have so many OCs, it's insane. They're all so brilliantly designed and like unique too. I just don't understand how people can do it. Oh hey, I'm there too. Hey! Man, I forgot to do that. I should have made a fucking checkout list. I'll probably do it, not before Art Fight next year, but within the month. Yeah. So yeah, I figure it's like, it was appropriate. Hey, let's do some fireworks. It's 4th of July. Hey, it's Mighty Eagle. It's on brand. It works out. Do some A Night Sky. All this stuff. Now let's take a look at the thumbnails. This is my thumbnail canvas. And it's my little organized list of things. Now, as you can see, not everything is in order of like when I've done them. It's kind of just more like I just drew them and then I was like, all right, I feel like doing that one right now. I want to do that one over there. So you can see like the original thumbnail of everything. Like, I try to be really quick and fast with them, but sometimes I'm like, have to give it a little bit of extra polish to like really nail the sort of like perspective that I want. Even though it's a thumbnail image and I shouldn't be worrying about it too much, but it's the composition that I'm trying to go for that matters. So it's like, I have to fix it up a little bit. So we got the thumbnail, and then we got the finished piece over here. Probably be easier if I just open it up on the photo viewer. So yeah, this one, actually, I forgot that I saved out the gradient as the first version first, which I don't think is the one on the Art Fight page. It is not. Yeah, so this is technically the alt piece, where it has a bit of a more deeper purple. And it works, you know? This is the original. I say if it has the more natural color feel to it. But I do like the purple one. It does give it a bit more of a deeper vibrance with it. But yeah, Max's character was really fun to draw. I love birds, and I watched Angry Birds like a few months ago, and I love Angry Birds. They're awesome. They're great birds. And also, put a pin in this, as this was my first art fight piece of the year. Remember this. Angry Birds, remember this. Alright. And then we also have the time-lapse as well. So we can go over each of the time-lapse pieces, because I did save, I saved a time-lapse for every canvas piece that I did for Art Fight. I saved out a 30-second version, saved out a 60-second version for each, so it's all good. Gotta have to find it. It's like further along the list. I am an avian liker, indeed. Oops. Wait! Wait! Alright. Here we go. So, yeah, the process, as you can see, what I end up usually doing when it comes to the thumbnail pieces is basically try to refine the sketches a bit before I really go into like line arting and everything. And you can see like my rough like background initiative here. And as you can see, like I chose like deeper like colors, so they like match more of the tone of everything, so I can get the highlights in easier. It'd probably be easier if I like pause at certain points, but you can see how it goes. Yippee! So yeah. So we'll just go through each part of the process really quick. So like, yeah, the sketch is always like trying to remember how to like, yeah. Pretty lighting, thank you. I try very hard. So yeah, with the sketching process, when it comes to like thumbnails, if I feel like I need to refine them a bit, I go ahead and do that. As you saw, like originally, like the character was like a lot bigger, but I ended up shrinking them to fit more naturally in it. And also, they didn't have legs at first in the thumbnail, but I was like, I'm gonna do it because it looks better this way, so they are sitting, and it's technically a full body piece. So yeah, for the background wise, I was like, well, fireworks in the sky, and originally I was gonna put a moon here, but then I was like, I don't know yet. Wanted to focus more on the fireworks thing. So yeah, when it came to like the coloring, I wanted to go for it. I wanted the base colors to be darker than what they're originally like color picked from. Like, I used to like eyeball colors pretty well, like back in 2021, 2022, but then I started just being like, oh fuck it, I'll just color pick. Because I'm gonna be real, color picking is just way easier just to get the color, but then I adjust it afterwards to better fit what I want out of it. So if I wanted to match the overall like scene lighting and everything, I go for like the darker colors. And that's what ended up happening here. And I have Clip Studio has a brush called Dapple Lighting, or Dapple Lights brush in the effects tab. And this has become my best friend when it comes to night skies. I fucked around with the settings a lot to get what I want out of it, so now it like gives me like so many different colors when I like splash the color onto the canvas, and it's really nice. I fuck around with the setting a lot. I have like a default setting that I have it set to, just so I can like not lose track of what it originally was, and then I start messing around and like messing with the settings. to really get the hue shifting and everything. And then the fireworks and everything. I just went in with like one of my I have a brush that lets me like, it's originally it was a brush that like does like standard like color jittering, which basically means that every stroke is a different color, or at least it tries to approximate it, which is something I really liked. I combined it with one of the brushes that I use constantly to give it like that nice texture feel on top of it, and it's really nice. I like it a lot, and that's what I end up doing for these fireworks, just to fuck around and find out. Really, I've never drawn fireworks before outside of like sketching. So give it that glow, that highlights and everything. My light beam attack brush. I gave it like that, I gave it that Gaussian blur and everything, so it actually looks like brighter and everything. Double layer it, and also add some lens flare. I really like peaked with this lens flare effect though. I was just like, I know how to do it, but I was like, I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck, and just did it my own way, and it looks really good from every single angle. And then of course I go in with the shading and everything. For this one actually, what ends up not being a consistent thing is usually my method of coloring and painting is that I hand paint most of my stuff. So I go in and select each color myself and like figure out the light and the light and the shadows colors to go along for each part of the for each color part of the body, and work my way from there so it all blends more naturally together. But as we go along, I start adapting and using more convenient techniques that end up helping me a lot, and basically make the whole process faster and easier. That fucking eyeball sheen, man. Love it. He looks old, and it's got the sheen. It's good. Eyeballs. So yeah, after this I went in with like usually when I'm done with like putting on all the regular shading and the general detail, that's when I go in with an overlay layer to give it that extra color and shine. And since this one was all about fireworks and being in the night, it definitely added like a whole new layer of like lighting effects going on. This is really like the first time that I mess around with like colored light sources from different angles, and it all blends together very nicely. I really like how this turned out. Yippee! And that's what we got now. Hi, Mr. Ping. You're my friend. Also, I wanted to go back to this really quick and explain something to you. I didn't make all these thumbnails like off the bat, by the way. I started off with 6 of them. So like the top row up here is like the first set that I made. Probably make this easier by just highlighting. But yeah, all that up there, that was made for like on like July 3rd. That was the first set that I made. And then when I got close to finishing it, that's when I ended up making more. I'll show you which ones I ended up drawing afterwards when we get to it. So yeah, after that, we did Felix, this dragon dude by Jumbo Jog. Let me get the art fight page. Get out of here. Precipice of alchemy history. Yippee! Now this one. Ooh, okay. So, a few days or a week before Art Fight, I was commissioned by someone to make to basically draw their Grumpus OC and also their Dragon Sona. And I've never drawn a dragon proper, outside of like a few sketches and like doodles and like a little practice session of understanding shapes. So I've never drawn dragons before up to that point. And so, hold on, let me get a sip. I'm gonna be talking a lot, man. Dragon D's, no, I shan't. Nay, I shan't say. Hey there, Orb. Hope you're doing good, buddy. We're going over art. Right now we're talking about this next piece right here. So I've never drawn dragons proper before. So I was a little nervous, but I was like, I want to try and draw dragons. I think it would be fun. Got back from work on half a tank of gas fighting for my life. Oh, buddy. I know what that's like. I do it every day. So never drawn dragons proper before, but I wanted to give it a shot. Perspective on the snout. Yeah, man. Let me show you. Okay. So this is the finished piece. This is the initial thumbnail. It was gonna look slightly different. Like originally I was gonna do like the head like this, but then I was like, I wasn't quite feeling it, and so I tried again, and I am way happier with like trying to do like the front facing sort of perspective look to it. We ended up with this. Yeah! And my favorite part about this is just the general texturing, honestly. I've been messing around. Like, the thing with Art Fight is that I want to mess around as much as I can with the stuff that I have and try new things. And so sometimes I try to shade exclusively with one brush, or like shade and mix some things around and try some other stuff. This turned out really cool because the texturing with the general shading like gives it like a rougher sort of scaly look in a way without it being scales. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like how this one turned out with, like, you know, the perspective, the flow and the glow and everything in between. Something that I realized after the fact. Hey there, Emmy. Welcome. Going over everything. Hope you're doing good. Something I realized after the fact. Thank you so much. I worked hard and I'm dying. I'm not dying anymore, but I did it. Something I realized after the fact when I made this piece was the the way that I drew the pinky. Generally. Because that's just how my pinky looks. When I have it stretched out. Or try to straighten out. It kind of just... My fingers are like double jointed, I think. And so like my pinkies like specifically, no matter how much I try to like straighten them out, they just pop like in the middle joint outward. So that's just kind of how it looks. This character was for Jumbo Josh. They go by something else online. They are a Garden of Bam Bam fan. They're very, very good at what they do. Art of Geralt. They go by that on literally everything. Sick ass art. Yeah, man. I've been following them for a while, so when I saw that they were on Artfight and saw some other dudes, I was like, hell yeah. Do it. They got some cool dudes on here. I didn't know they had a Smurf. Or it looked like a Smurf. Minecraft thingy. It's a fairy. Yeah, they got some cool dudes. Check them out. Art of Geralt. So yeah, that was my piece as well. Now let's take a... Well, there really isn't much else to look at from here. This was pretty much the only one where I didn't make an alternative one. Because I was like, oh, I like how it looks, so we're just gonna go with this. So, we can go to the time-lapse now. I did start the time-lapse a little bit after sketching, because I spent so long trying to, like, fix up the head in the sketch and everything. I forgot that I doodled in the middle of this one. Yippee! God. What creatures? It just automatically saves time lapses for you. That's pretty cool, but that just makes it sound like it's gonna beef up your file constantly. There was a few times where I forgot to start the time lapse, like, during either the sketch or the line art phase, so there's some that are kind of a little shorter than necessary. The trade-off is you can only have 3 layers max? Okay, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. Can't deal with that. I will die. I need 1 billion layers. So yeah, you can see the line art. I was trying a couple of different like eyeball shapes, as you saw. What else did I just draw in the middle of that? A face. I saw that. The image size, you can only have so many layers. Yeah. Yippee! Yippee! Base colors! We love base colors! Yeah, for this one, I stuck pretty close to the original reference image color scheme. But as a trade-off, I also decided to do linear lighting with the shading on this one. So everything blends a lot more naturally together. And you can get that really high contrast sort of like color schemes going on. And plus I already had like a general idea of like what I want, where the lighting would be and everything in between. So yeah, you can see my color swatches that which only to me I always lay them out like this, where it's like the middle one's the base one, left is the shadow darker color, and then the one on the right is the light highlight color. $4,000 by $4,000. Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to linear lighting, these are sort of the colors you go for. At least for me, anyway. Linear lighting is a very precarious blending mode, where one false move can instantly like make things like a lot more saturated or too dark. But I found the middle ground pretty easily with it. Give it that nice overlay coloring method. Yippee! I love how the lighting came out for this one, for just the simplicity of it. You got your golden yellows over here, and then you got your purple pinkish reds bouncing off each other. It's a good look. I like linear light. I haven't gotten a full grasp of linear burn. I don't think it works super well for my workflow, but when it works, it works. But yeah, linear lighting definitely like helps with like getting the blending between just more intense than multiply. Fair. That does make it a lot more easy to comprehend. But yeah, what I like about linear light a lot is that it helps with blending between, like, because you already have your base color layer, and then blending between both the highlight and the shadow layer for me works really well. Weird results. Give myself another sip. That was also another piece that I finished right before midnight of the day, I believe. Actually, I got it done really early that day. 11 o'clock, probably, actually. So the next piece, Beautiful Day. I could not come up with anything better than that. Beautiful day, another dragon! His name is Cryo. This one's a fun one. So let's take a look at that thumbnail. Love the perspective. I love it too. that was something I really wanted to play around with perspective and like really try and like push certain things, or at least try to get things to look right. So this was the first thumbnail image I actually did. You can see that it's super blurry for some reason compared to everything else. That's because this canvas size is like really big. It's like 5,680 by 4,400. And I didn't realize how big that actually was until I started like zooming in really hard. Be like, and then I zoomed out. I was like, oh, it's super fucking tiny. I'll just drag it out, and that's what it looks like. And also, it was originally drawn from this perspective, and then I realized, like, after I drew this one, I was like, ah, shit, I should flip it. And that's what I did. This was also the only piece that I did where I did colored outlines. I've messed around with it before. It's fun. I like doing color outlines here and there. But I just felt like I had no reason to do that again for any of my future pieces after this. Xbox love colored outlines. This is also, this was a piece where I, this was after, like a month or so ago before Art Fight, I did an art trade and did like a Smiling Friends piece. And I had this brush that does like bush and tree, that has like a bush and tree texture to it, that, you know, sort of just the automatic shit. And I decided to mess around with it more because I got a really good grasp of it last time. And I messed around with it more, and this is how we got the result here. You set your own line art to color burn, and it's like the color, it'll like color the outline for you. Huh. Damn. Didn't even think about that. That's pretty good. I'll have to try that next time. But yeah, this one was for Killer Outlet. This is Cryo. I later found out that I think this is supposed to be a Charizard. Probably not. I don't know. I remember seeing some posts from the artist being like, it's not just a Charizard, or whatever. Liner isn't black. I see. But yeah, this was a fun one to do. This was for Killer Outlet. They make a lot of awesome art, honestly. They got some fun dudes. Boris. What a guy. He draws a lot of big boys, round dudes. But he's also got some unique ones in there too. Got an awesome art style, honestly. Killer Outlet on Twitter and Tumblr. Just different _ dashes. Alright, now let's take a look at the thing. Okay, so I have a couple of these. The one that I used for art fight was this one over here. It was a gradient one. Slight gradient, but makes a difference. So this is what it originally looked like. And honestly, like, it looks good on its own. It works. This one gives it like a slightly like... I don't know how to describe it properly, but... sort of a deeper tone to it, basically. And then I had one more, where it was a more slightly green tint as well. Oh, hello. Oh yeah, I was still making profile icons or thumbnails because, you know, we didn't know Art Fight was gonna have a, you know, a new cropping tool. Yeah, that was that. They're not the gradients that I had near the start of Art Fight weren't like significantly different most of the time, but like they had enough differences to warrant it. Like giving your thumbnails borders anyway. Well, actually, alright, with the cropping tool on Art Fight, they actually had a separate option while you were making, you know, when you uploaded the image first, there's an option on the side that's like, oh, would you like to upload a border too, so you can like frame it all together yourself, which is cool. But like, it was probably easier for you to just make it yourself at that point. I found that out by accident because I thought I was changing the thumbnail image I wanted to upload. But no, I accidentally overlaid it with another image. Alright, let's get that timeline. Good to know for next year. Yippee! So yeah, I had to refine the hell out of the sketch because it was too blurry because I blew it up even more. I went with a, by the way, for this line art brush, there's 3 line art brushes that I alternate between throughout all of Art Fight. I have my main one that I always use, the main one that I use basically like 90% of the time for like nearly all of my main finished rendered pieces, which is something, if you know my art, then like all of 2021, 2022 were ones I used that line art brush for. It was a sketchy, pencil-y sort of one. And then I found another pencil sketch that's a lot softer looking, but it's a nicer one for me personally because it has a softer feel to it, and it just gets the job done a lot better for me personally. I just like how it works out. There's a lot less cleanup for it. And then there's this one, which is a much more solid line art brush. It's one that I've been messing around with for a little bit. I have my friend Ponchroom, Nate. He gave me he was messing with a line art brush, trying to mess around and like get a good feel for it, and it looked really nice. It had nice line weight distribution and everything, and I was like, hey, mind if I give that a shot? I was having trouble trying to get used to it at first, and then I started messing around more with it. It wasn't until during Art Fight where I messed around with it enough to where it feels really good for me to use now, and it's just a fun brush to use for when I want to do like solid line art stuff with various line weighting going on. But at this point, I don't think I figured it out quite yet. I think I figured it out for a later piece, I believe. But yeah. As you can see, like, I didn't follow the line art, the sketch one-to-one. I still did my own thing. But yeah. I definitely did linear lighting again for this one, because there was just a lot of things going on. The only time I didn't do it, though, was for these, the coat fluff, because I wanted better control over the shading for this one, so I just hand-painted it. So I did the same sort of texturing like I did with the last one. Well. Yippee! And the grass and everything. Add that extra layer of overlay. There you go for that. I really do like how the grass came out here. I was messing around a lot. It was fun. You can also kind of see how I like sketched out like some rocks that I could probably draw, but then I was like, I don't feel like drawing rocks anymore. Grass field. That's all you get. Also, by the way, for all like the grass blades and shit, I don't have a brush for that. I just use my good old trusty painting brush that I always like using a lot. And just do that. I just draw the grass blades myself. I just like drawing grass, man. It's good. It's fun. Alright. Another sip. I mean, at some point, I'm probably gonna download like a grass brush somewhere. But I need to find one that sort of like goes for what I like in a grass blades. Do I have messages? Okay. Alright, next one. This one was for, Hippie Sloth. Now, I don't have a thumbnail image for this one. This one came to my brain and I was like, I'm going to do this right now. The jungle awaits! So yeah, Hippie Sloth is an artist and a streamer that I follow. And I saw that they ended up signing up for Art Fight a few days into it. And I was like, I'm gonna fucking draw your dude now, because you just gave me the perfect excuse to finally draw him. I like how this one came out, but there's like certain things about this that make me go like, what happened here? For example, I don't know why the line art, like, because this is my main brush that I like using for like general like line arting and stuff, but I don't know why it came out super crunchy here. I don't know what happened, but I was like, fuck it, I'll live with it. It looks good enough. Thank you. Okay, so when it came to the background, I wanted to do something deep Donkey Kong Country inspired because Hibby actually really likes Donkey Kong. And I was like, you know what? I'll style it in the way that the loading screen background is in like Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze or Donkey Kong Returns, or which, you know, the newer ones basically. So I styled it after that, and I wanted to do that thing where the background progressively gets like blurrier and also like more washed out the further back you go. And I wasn't going to include like a sun or anything at first, but I was like, I'll give it a shot and see how it looks. And it looks really damn good. Hippie Sloth. Hippie, my friend Hippie. Hippie! They got a lot of cute guys. Cute girls. A lot of girls. So yeah, you can find, they go by Hippie Sloth on literally everything. Check out their Twitch channel. He's a pretty cool dude. I enjoy streams. They're very chill and just like enjoying yourselves, man. But yeah, this one was a fun one to work on. Let's take a look at the pieces. Yeah, so I think the main one that I uploaded to the site was this one with a blue gradient. Yeah, that's the one I uploaded. But this one is more green. It sticks much more truer to the green palette that I had going on. Green blues. Blue does add a little more deeper look to it. It also makes the highlights like much stronger too. And then I had one more alternative one. This one was a little more, it leaned a little more towards yellow, so it was a slight shift. But it was enough of a shift to make a difference, really. Honestly, probably what I could do is like put them side by side, actually. If I can like set it up right, anyway. I'll figure it out. They're like subtle differences, but they come together in their own right. There you go. Hungry little fella, there you go. Alright, let's go over that time lapse, baby. Alright. So yeah, I started it right after I made the body sketches, so there is that. Mr. P, yeah, he's not normally in my background, but I just thought it was funny. So let's go over it. So yeah, the sketching definitely went its way right here. Line earning was surprisingly easy, for the most part. Yeah, the backgrounds were just simple, solid coloring. Not much else going on. There's also, like, I found this leaf brush. That was just in the default, like, Clip Studio stuff. And god, they were so helpful for, like, the little background piece for the leaves blowing in the wind. It's good stuff. Also, I forgot to mention, this bird guy, that's one of Hibby's mascots. And they were not on the art fight page, and I didn't realize that if you just draw a character that isn't part of art fight, you can just type in the main character that you're drawing for again as an additional character. I wish I knew that beforehand, but no. Also, it gave me an excuse to draw this bird, so hey. Yeah, I'm trying to remember here. I'm pretty sure I use linear lighting for this. I think. Yeah, because it's going on for the shirt. Yeah, yeah, this is linear lighting. I chose a lot of, like, contrasting colors to really, like, help make the shit pop. Of course, we went with all the overlay effects and everything in between. Glow. There's not much to this because I've already explained the process of how I'm going about a lot of these. Of course, with the eyeball, it's always gonna be hand painted. It just works out like that. I know I hand painted like a little bit of the bird too, but most of all, it was just like linear lighting save the day. Good shit. He could be a ghost. Ooh. Alright. So it's 4 days into Art Fight. That was my 4th piece in a row, daily, of making at least one piece a day. It was crazy. I'm on a high roll, man. And what happens? I broke that streak. Not because this one took me too long, it's because I got distracted watching an entire 2-season show while trying to draw this. Welcome to Cult of the Lamb. That first Art Fight week rush. You know what I need right now? I need a banana. And you know what? Good timing too, because it's starting to hit that stage where it's like it might become a little too mushy if I wait too much longer for this. So, art fight. Hell yeah, banana time. Welcome to Call the Lamb. This was fun. This is what it looked like. And this is what the thumbnail looked like. Can you believe I only drew the fucking characters and not the entire background as part of the composition? That's amazing. So yeah, this one was a fun one. This was the first Mass Attack piece. So we got, we got Solar Star, Wolfums, and Ponshroom in here. Hold on a second. I can only like, have to go in there. But yeah, this is whole lamb piece. This was all like basically their lamb OCs and wolf OC. Unique enough designs, and I was just like, well, they're all part of a group together anyway, so it's like, why not make them the leaders of a cult? Yippee! Solar Star! You know, by Solar Star on everything. Yeah, Star's another person who like draws so many characters. They have so many. That's not an art fight. I promise you, they have so many. Ponshroom. I think most people here know Ponshroom. Go buy all of that on here. And Wolfums. Nate, my friend Nate. Wolf, my friend Wolf. Star, my friend Star. Wolf's also a massive self-shipper. Does a lot of fun stuff. Nailing the cartoon aesthetic super hard. Yeah. There's their socials. Yeah. Self-shipper nation is strong. Yep. So yeah, I had an idea to draw a lot of the people over in the that server. The ROCs. And plus they were some people that I wanted to do for last year too. I mean, I drew some of them last year, but like other people too involved. And this one was a fun one to work on. It was different. Tried something new, get some lamb dudes in here. So yeah, I knew I wanted to do like, you know, the general pose and everything. I was like, oh, it would be kind of cute if they did it like over an archway. And then I was like, oh, what if it said welcome to the club? If you look really closely, you can see that it spells out cult, but it's a very, I've kind of obscured it a little too hard. That's a little hard to see, but hey, it's there if you look close enough, and you can kind of, like, piece it together yourself. Kids Bop Cult Lamb be like, Club of the Lamb. I hate it here. Thank you. I definitely went a little harder on this one than I would have expected, honestly. Because there's just so many, like, background elements. I definitely wanted a lighter color palette closer to some of the promotional art pieces for Cult of the Lamb, where it had, like, a much lighter pastel-y look to it to match the overall, like, tone going on here. And this one actually ended up being a lot more hand-painted than you would expect. Because I did that for the trees, hand-painted it for, you know, the leaves and the bark. Some stuff, I think it was hand-painted, pretty sure. Either that, or I just went really hard in the No, we're gonna have to look at the time lapse then. Or maybe I'll just open up the Clip Studio file, honestly, because I can't even remember what I did properly. But I do know I hand painted the yeah, the trees were hand painted, I'm pretty sure. And I did the arch hand painted too. And then I overlaid it with, like, extra, like, shadows and shit like that. The main guys were also linear lighted, shaded, because there were just too many colors to do for just, you know, hand painting. And it came out really good. Hello, Mr. Ping. Yeah, this one only had, 2 versions. Because I'm pretty sure I uploaded the original, I think. I'll have to find out. Yeah, I did upload the original. The other one was a slight, more bluish tint than anything. I like it, but I ended up settling for the original to upload. And yeah, since this was the first, like, mass attack that I did, I had to make, like, a custom thumbnail and everything. This one came out cute. It works. Ooh. Don't scare me like that. Don't get close. Don't rush me. There we go. Time lapse, baby. So yeah, I started the time lapse after I got the sketch up. I know this one. This is Crash Bandicoot. I started the time lapse after getting all the sketching done because I didn't know how much I was gonna do. But yeah, you can see where I am at there. That arch was fun to do. God, these were my base colors. Can you believe it, guys? Yeah, there you go. Welcome to our cult. Yippee! Yeah, I did hand paint it, yeah. Yeah, and I fucking Yeah, and hand painted the rocks too. This one came out a lot more hand painted than I was expecting, actually. And you can see that I did the grass technique again with like that one brush I like using. And yeah, this is definitely linear lighting because it's just like if I didn't, I would die. It blended very well together that it honestly came out a lot better than I thought it would for like a very pastel looking piece. Pretty good. The one thing that I didn't do was add extra grass blades to give it a little more depth. But hey, it is what it is. Still came out really good. But there is one thing I realized that I didn't do. And I was like, I don't feel like working on this anymore, even if it's such a small detail. I forgot to add a little bit of extra detail to the hat eyes. Because they don't exactly have full-on shading attached to them either, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is. It's sort of wild now. After last year, when I learned how overlay layers work and everything, it's really changed like my workflow for how I want to like give renders like that extra look to them. Because like this by itself is like, it already looks good by itself, you know? Maybe add a little bit of extra shadow anyway, just to help with the what's going on down there and everything. But then you get all like the overlay that adds so much color variety and everything in between. It's just like, dude, what the fuck was I doing? And like, even before I figured out this trick, you know, like I'm still proud of a lot of my art pieces before Art Fight 2023. Where like my stuff came out pretty damn good, all things considered, you know, with what I've learned and what I do, and like most of the time my shit is hand painted. So like that in itself like really like shows that I know what I was doing, and stuff still came out pretty good. But now that I have this extra skill set under my belt, it really does like change and highlight so much stuff now that like makes my previous work kind of like, now that if I try to do it like without the stuff, it feels almost naked now. But I have to remember that I don't have to go hard on every piece ever. And like, if I want to do the bare minimum of like my usual method of shading, then it's like, yeah, then I'll fucking just do that. And I shouldn't worry too hard. But for Art Fight, I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna push myself to the extreme and fucking make this shit look so pretty. Alright, next. God, we are 5 pieces in. Predecessor. Now this one was also, I did not have a thumbnail image for this one. I just went into it. And it was a pretty simple idea, all things considered. And my standards way too high for art if I ended up spending like 8 hours on the first attack. Ooh. Yeah. Cute, thank you. Yeah, this one was for Anonymous Puzzler. Yippee! Check her out! Big Puzz, Anonymous Puzzler, Tumblr and Twitter. They make a lot of cool art. They stream stuff all the time, or at least I think so. You'll also find them on Holly Hollowtones. That is her girlfriend. They got a lot of awesome characters, though. I took a look at a couple of them. They're pretty cool. I like them a lot. But... a bird. But yeah, this piece right here, I had this idea came to my brain. I remember it was I was having a shower thought, and I was trying to like figure out like what I wanted to do with this guy. And I thought, oh, it'd be kind of cute if it was like a computer program version. And then I was like, wait a minute, what if it was like old shit? What was the version that came before it? Because this is technically a robot bird. And I try to reflect that in the way that I shaded this piece. But yeah, the version I uploaded was, pretty sure it was this one. Yeah, it's darker and everything. Yeah. The scan lines. Email confirmation. It was pretty fun trying to mimic like the 90s or early 2000s like Windows like aesthetic. Sending an email from this terminal. You are consenting to the following email to become part of the public database for the company, and make the little dialogue boxes. I did. I drew all that myself. Got the Clip Studio little like type text typing stuff. The screen grain's really good. Yeah, I had the CRT scan. What would you call it? Pattern, I guess. You can download like a bunch of patterns. One of them is like the CRT scan that I found. It had been so long since I've used this that I was having a hard time trying to get it to look quite right. But yeah, it came out good. Ended up drawing a little buddy here. Try to make him cute looking and cartoony as hell. And then you got the actual one over here. Hold on, let me show you. This was the original one. It's a bit brighter, so it's a lot easier to see some of the more finer details. But I do like the darker, like, the mood, the highlights and everything. This was a really simple background too. I just didn't really have like any ideas for this one personally. It was just like, oh, old dilapidated computer and old room, but not much going on, abandoned, I guess. That was sort of the aesthetic. And you can kind of see it in like the texture work that I try to work into it. Also, hey, there's me down there. And also like the screen highlight, the screen glare and the brightness too. I also tried to texture the bird to be a little more mechanical feeling and not just straight up just like regular feathers and stuff. I think it worked out pretty good. and also overlaid the eyeballs with like static shit going on. I have a whole glitch brush set. I rarely use it, but the few times I've used it, great, it's awesome. And then I use it on a bigger piece, which I will show you later. I do like how this one came out with like just the general like tone and mood. It works out pretty good. Simple as things may be, it works out. And where's the time lapse? There we go. So yeah, I started the time lapse right at the start, so you get to see the process of the sketching. You can see that I tried. Originally, I was gonna put like a keyboard down there, and then that would require me to draw all of the keys. I took a screenshot of a keyboard, and I try to put it down to like see how I can draw it, but it frustrated me immediately, and I was like, I'm not doing this. Hello. My insanity on screen. Welcome to the experience. Yeah, look at that. I drew that. It was definitely a lot more flat before I like try to like fishbowl it a little. I also hand painted that too. This whole thing's hand painted, I believe. Okay, I don't know why the screen blacks out towards the end. That's a little strange. You can see that I warped it a little bit to better fill the screen. Brightness. Yippee! There was one part of this that I completely forgot the shade, and that was like the little bar things on the bottom down here. I didn't shade that, but hey, the rest of the piece carries through with all the texture and grime going on. Wow, how many pieces are we in now? We're up to 6, and it's been 2 hours. Probably an hour and a half, because it got started a little late on that, actually. Okay, let me see. Next. Disarming interview. Now this one, damn. Talk about tense. Tension so thick you could cut it with a hot butter knife. Sip. I love snowballs. I love shaved ice. This shit's so delicious. Get yourself a snowball, y'all. Get some flavored ice. Okay. So this one. Alright. When I was looking through people's profiles and finding Grumpuses, first off, I knew I wanted to do Stag. Because I liked him. It was cool. But, you know, I didn't know what to put him in yet at the time. And then I was going through people's profiles, and then I found Gallus's Grumpus over here. And they're like a, you know, reporter, interviewer, you know, under Clumby. And they're just a nervous wreck the entire time. It's just like, and then the idea came to me in a vision. As like, oh, I gotta put them in a room together. The world's most terrifying journalist with the most terrifying man. What could possibly go wrong? So that was a fun one. So this is what the thumbnail looked like. It wasn't, this was the general, like, framing that I wanted for it, but the composition came afterwards, where I started to really think about it and be like, it'd be kind of cool if the room was, like, a little tilted at the towers. So I decided to give it, like, a little Dutch angle going on, and that's where we got that. Let's get the guys over here. Yeah, look at this guy. He's funny. They're funny. World's most terrified Grumpus. Miss Clumperton, can I go home? I'm just so scared, so scared, so scared, so scared. It's scary. It's so good. So this is Gallus. Yippee! Check them out. Funk Fizzles on Twitter, Gallus on Tumblr. Stag, my friend Stag. What a guy. Gives him a glass of scotch. Check out Sizz, everybody. They're in chat right now. Do it. Follow them. I'll kill you if you don't. And the thing. And, like, the thing with Grumpuses, too, by the way, like, I have my own style for Grumpuses, so when people have super stylized OCs of their Grumpuses that don't follow the canon design, I'm forced to think on my feet and be like, okay, so I need to, like, translate this into my style. But, for Stag, I was just like, I can't put this in my style without compromising the original design. And I really like the original design because I feel like it just works. Hey, no. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Get out of here. Not allowed to do that. We're not buying views. We're not doing this stuff. Get out of here. How do I remove a chat message? Well, you're getting banned. Get out of there. So I couldn't compromise on Stag's design too hard because it was just like, it fits, it works. It's a really good one. And I also just had a lot of fun just like trying to like, because like the mood that I wanted to get was so specific too. You know, I wanted to get that sleazy sort of late night apartment vibe going on. You know, shit that you would see in like, you know, those noir kind of like detective movies. Think like Roger Rabbit a little bit. And like I really wanted to get the moonlighting specific too, like the sort of like pinkish reds and everything. Orange lights, you know, late night city vibes, that sort of deal. And that's what I got out of that. Now let's take a look at the files. I have a couple. So yeah, I basically uploaded the original one to ArtFight because that one, I think that one still works the best on its own. I like how everything turned out, from the wall textures to the lighting and everything in between. Now this one has a more orange gradient, which makes it a lot darker and like gives the light a more deeper shit. There was a perfect pause before I got scared by Applebee's ad. Shit. Sorry. Subliminal messaging. Go eat at Applebee's, says the ad. You should go to my favorite place, Peppers. But yeah, this was the first gradient that I ended up doing, which gives it a much more deeper lighting effect, which looks really good, by the way. I kind of forgot what these other ones look like for a bit. This one has like a higher contrast look to it, which also adds a little more like rougher like lighting contrast between the light and the shadows as well. It's good shit. And then finally we got a much more like subdued purple look going on. This works too. I like it. Also, in terms of stuff to put on the table, honestly, I probably would have put a lot more on the table had I thought of more stuff to put on the table. Probably litter it with more paper, honestly, at the very least. And also the glass of a scotch. It's been a while since I've actually like drawn liquid, like a drink. But I thought that would work. And also, a bottle of Jabua. I try to fancy it up. Jabua. Like Joshua. Also, I think just some of my favorite bits about just general shading here is just like, the fur going on. Especially for this guy over here, because it's like, they had a really white color palette. Like it leaned really high up there on the lightness scale, so I had to tone it down. Like I had to push the color down a lot, so their base colors ended up being a lot more greenish bluish, and more green than anything. We can go over the time lapse in a minute. But it's always funny because it's just like I'm trying to match the color scheme that was set on the reference sheet, but like if I don't do it my way, then it's not gonna look good. Otherwise, it's just gonna be like super high contrast shit. It's not gonna very good. Stag was super fun with all the purples and stuff like that, and linear shading really carried this a lot. So let's go over it. So yeah, I started this one after the sketch too. Look at that. Eyeball was a little different. Fix that up. Wow. Yeah. You can see that, like, it definitely leaned towards, like, a darker green on the scale there. Stag's colors, I didn't have to mess around too much, but I did tone it down slightly just to get the base colors going. Texturing. Look at that, textures. We love textures. And try to get the lighting in there. Linear lighting. Actually, wait. I want to look at this really quick. No, you know what? I think at some point, okay, I fixed their flat color a little bit. Because, like, I adjusted it slightly because I felt it was too green. It probably won't show up here because it's, like, underneath it all, I think. Whatever the case may be. I remember doing that at some point. But yeah, just the lighting and the linear lighting shading. Some extra overlay lighting too to like really sell it. It's crazy how I went from a well-lit room to such a dark ambient one too. And I don't even know how I did it myself sometimes. It's like, okay, just do it. There was definitely a little bit of color spillage going on, but hey, that looks really good. I really love how all the colors came together for this, though. It's so good. With a little bit of rim lighting, too. Delish. It's good stuff, man. Now, for another lady. Probably close these windows. Time for a lady. Unyielding wax. Willow. Willow, my friend Willow. This one, I like this one. Now for last year, I did a similar piece to this with because this was for Blasphemous Fungus. I did a piece for them last year too, and the year before that as well. But last year, I had a very for one of their characters, Mortimer, I had them set up in a frame style piece like this one. Hold on. This is, you can look at Fungus's stuff. Blasphemous Fungus on Tumblr, Fungerous, Fungus the 3 on Twitter, Blasphemous Fungus everywhere else. God, they got so many pieces. Mortimer! My friend Mortimer! Yeah, I did this one last year. I'm still super proud of this one. This one was probably my favorite piece from last year. It all came together perfectly with how it came out in my head. But yeah, we're not looking at that piece. We're going back to the other one. So I ended up following a similar style to it. And Big Lady. This was a very quick idea that I had in my brain. So there's not there's not a thumbnail image for this one. So there is that. Yeah, in terms of this piece, oh yeah, fingernails are a thing. They do be there. I think the most interesting part about this piece, two bits actually. The outline was not textured, but I drew it out with a solid outline first, and then I was like, never mind, I want this to be textured, and then I did an overlay with one of my pencil brushes that I like using, and it gave out this interesting effect here, which was really neat. And also, I'm really proud of the anatomy here, but like during my sketching anyway, it like ends up being covered up most of the time. But it works good. The hand came out pretty good. I ended up referencing myself for that part. Thank you. I appreciate it. And also, like, the way that I ended up approaching the shading was with like a much like thicker and more easily messy like paintbrush. And also, I just learned to just with certain things with fire, I've kind of like figured out how to like get a really good fire effect going on too. So let's take a look at the pieces. The one I uploaded art fight was this one. Hand reveal win. My face is somewhere on the internet. You'll find my hand somewhere. So yeah, this was the one I uploaded to art fight, but this one was the original one. I do think the original one looks good. I like it. It shows a little more of the figure and everything going on. But I think the extra gradient gives it a little bit of a deeper contrast with with a little more color going on. That makes it pop out a little more. And then I have this other alternative one that like really gives it some extra color going on. But yeah, that was... Should do more of these side-by-side ones. Hold on a second. Hold on. Why are you like this? Who did this to you? Yippee! I just gotta fix this up a little more. It all fits on one screen. Yeah, you can see the the subtle color differences. Also, for the record, I never when it comes to like rendering lips and stuff like that, I've never really done that before, so it's like tried my best with it. And I think I've gotten better over the course of Art Fight because I've done it a few more times since. Now let's go over the time lapse. Yippee! I did do it after the sketch. So yeah, you can see that I did this with a solid line art brush. And I went over it again with a I kind of just overlaid it with the texture. And I did hand paint this one a bit too. Hand painted the whole thing actually. Fire! It's wizard time, motherfucker! Fireball! Yeah, there's really not much interesting to say in terms of like the process, because it's like y'all already know that like I've already explained at length how I go about most of this stuff, so it's like I can't really come up with anything else to say other than like, yeah, that's just basically how it went, and then got the extra overlay. Coloring going on, give it the extra flair, some extra glow. And of course the little framing device too going on. Make everything feel like everything's there, physical. Alright. As I've been talking at length for a bajillion years, let's take a quick break. What was that? Let's take a quick break for maybe about 10-ish minutes, just so we can stand up and stretch, and I can drink more water and eat more Snowball and recover my voice. Because we are not even, hold on, we are, how many pieces are we in so far? I think we're 8 pieces in now. Almost halfway through. Yeah. Still got a decent chunk to go through. So, give it 10 minutes, let's relax, go stretch, go eat something real quick. Go use the bathroom, do something. Do all that. I'm watching you. I'll be back. Alright, break time. Break! I'm back! Jump scare! Sorry, I ended up, like, taking a moment to talk to my dad about some stuff. Thank you, Mr. Ping. I should have left this screen on so he could keep y'all entertained and watch over y'all. Tilf jump scare. Whew. Alright, we still have a lot to cover. So we left off on her. Willow, my friend Willow. Alright, next. This one is probably the coolest one style-wise. One and only Charlie. Get your air horns out. This one's so good. Now this one was pretty cool, man. So, a couple of my friends have, you know, mainly human OCs, so I'm just like, awesome. Cool that I don't draw that, ever. But I decided to be like, I'm gonna do it scared, and I'm going to draw people. It's like, I'm no stranger to drawing, like, humans or anything. It's kind of just, like, the one thing I don't draw a lot, if ever. Rarely. It's a legend at this point. But yeah, I decided to try and just challenge myself and just be like, alright, I'm gonna draw people. I'm gonna draw my friend Pear's OC, Charlie. I like Charlie. Charlie's cool. It's awesome. Pear Lad. Yippee! They go by the Pear Lad on Tumblr and then the Pear Lad on Instagram. They have a Twitter too. I think it's called the Best Pear. Hold on, wait. Yeah, they go by the Best Pear Lad on Twitter. I don't know why they don't have their Twitter linked on here. That is the Best Pear Lad. Yeah, they got some cool dudes. A lot of cool dudes. Darby! Yippee! Andy. This guy's cool. Beautiful guy. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie! So yeah, this one was fun. I did, okay. So, let's go back over the things. So at this point, I have done 5 out of 6 of these in the initial order. I still haven't done that one yet. So, ended up doing a few more And at this point, someone had attacked me, and I was like, all right, well, I gotta do some revenge pieces. So what ended up happening, and also preparing for other ones too. So I do know I drew this one, different color one. Let's start a new set over here. I don't have my drawing tablet hooked up right now. Alright, everything between the green line and the purple box. Those are ones I ended up drawing, yeah, drawing afterwards. I got Charlie. That one was a fun one, because, like, I knew what I wanted to do. I was like, okay, well, I don't have, like, a specific background idea set up, but I want to do, like, the hacker computer shit, and I wanted to make that the whole aesthetic. And plus I want to do some spray paint stuff. So, bunch them up in the corner, get Charlie in there, and, you know, get some glitches going on, all that jazz. Then we end up with all of this. This one was really fun for, like, the pure aesthetics alone. Because all of this was not too hard to actually put together, it was just, like, you know, just committing to the style of it. I've never done, like, graffiti art style stuff before, so that was fun. Trying to mimic, like, the paint spray grip and everything. And also you get all, like, the computer hacking stuff. This is where I went the ham with all the glitch brushes, too. Actually, let's get some other music going on. I want to listen to Good Kid. Good Kid doesn't do copyright stuff. And their music is awesome. I like awesome music. There we go. Okay. Yippee! I love music. So yeah, the idea was all there. In terms of fancy lighting and shit, that came as a surprise. So let's go over the hi Mr. Fish. I forget that you're here a lot. So for the one that I threw up on ArcFight, it was this one. The colors really pop out with this gradient here, and it helps a lot. But in the original, it looked like this. I think this still looks good too. It has a lot more, it has a cooler feel to it. And the lights aren't super strong, but they still pop where they need to pop. Especially on, like, the mechanical arm, the robot arm. I'm really proud of how that arm came out too, by the way, with, like, the shading and everything. Hold on a second. The lighting and everything, it's beautiful. The reflections. And the light, and the different color lighting based on the different window effects and stuff like that. Do you like my friend over here? You just got gnomed. Finding all these like PC screenshots too, took a little while, but like all this stuff in here. It's just a bunch of random shit that I found online. Because like hell I was gonna write everything myself. The wizard! Also, this fucking shoe, man. Shoes have like the most complicated patterns on the planet. Try to simplify it for my sake. Also, I decided to stick kind of pretty close to like the general style of how the reference sheet was, as well for the character here, and I think it helped a lot to like to lower my stress in terms of like drawing a person, like trying to keep to an anatomy. It worked pretty well here. I think my only complaint that I have with this is that I made the hand too big. But by the time I fully rendered it, I realized it's too late. And that's just kind of how it is, honestly. Because overall the piece just, it works, everything's fine. It's all great, I love it. The purple look so good. This one's like a deeper purple gradient. Definitely focuses more on like being like a much darker tone piece. But the colorful one is where it stands out the most. So yeah, Charlie. He's cool. Where's the time-lapse piece? Yeah, my sketch. Look at all the thumbnail. I think this is one of the few times too, by the way, that that I didn't refine the sketch, the thumbnail here, and just went for it. Because I already spent so much time on the thumbnail sketch itself that I was like, yeah, this is good. I'll just refine it with line art. This was also the point where I kind of like figured out how to effectively use my solid line art brush that I was experimenting with. And I got it to where I was completely satisfied with how it felt, how it looked, and like with minimum errors and everything. So that's what I'm working with now. I was watching OKKO while working on this one, actually. That's a fun show. So yeah, with this one, I worked with a mix of linear lighting, I believe, and also just hand painting stuff, I think. I think the majority of this is just linear lighting, though. I know I did the linear lighting with the body, and even it probably was an overlay too, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was an overlay with the skin to work from there, I believe. Yeah, I focused on rendering out Charlie first before going into everything else. And I worked on some background like graffiti pieces too, to add to it. See all the screen glitches and the extra lighting. That part was super fun, like adding all the extra lighting effects and everything. It really made everything pop. It's so good. Oops. Bring that back. What are you doing? Awesome! What an amazing piece! I definitely spent a lot of time trying to filter around with the overlay settings with like the images and everything in the background too. And luckily, it all came out pretty cool. Pretty neato. Alright, now let's go over the first revenge piece. Abrasive Authority. Yippee! This one came out a lot cooler than I thought it would. Like, I had an idea for it, and I was like, alright, this should be good. This should be good enough. And then the extra lighting and, like, focal point of it all just worked out really well. This one was for Maya K. Maya? Your mutuals. They got plenty of OCs too. They got a lot of their own original and then like Grumpus's. Oh my god, they have 90 characters. That's a lot, guys. I lose my mind if I had 90 guys. That's a lot, guys. Hold on a second. Give me back. Look at Maya's social medias. They're all over there. Maya K on DeviantArt, MAYYAK. Same thing for Tumblr. There's an 11 at the end of Twitter. Yippee! Oops, give me back. But yeah, this one was definitely a much more simpler idea that I had in mind. I actually had two ideas for this one, because I didn't know which one would work out better. But, the first pass, which was this one over here, I was satisfied with it, but I was like, I have another idea, I'm gonna sketch it out and see how it feels. And I tried sketching it out, and I just like, I liked the pose, but I was having such a hard time trying to fucking draw the hair. And I was like, I couldn't rack my brain around it. It's just like, why does it not look good from this angle? I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna bury myself in the Sahara Desert and like have the scarabs feed on me. So I ended up settling for my first pass. And we ended up with that. Not much change. Pretty on point. In terms of the pieces though, this was the one that this is the one I settled on uploading. This one was a gradient tint on top of it. But the original looked like this. It definitely leaned heavier to the reds and pinks. But the more that I looked at it, I was like, I think I made it too pink. And the colors were starting to blend in with each other. So I wanted to make the main character, Rhodelia, that's her name by the way. I wanted to make her pop as the central point. So decided to get a different color in there, and that's why I ended up settling with this more orangey tone to it. Because the reds and pinks still pop, but now we have a contrasting color background. Even if it's in a similar color range, it's enough of a difference to make it look the part. Not to say that the pink one is bad. I actually really like how this one looks still. But the orange really does like appeal better. And then I did have another one. This one the gradient leaned a lot harder into pinks and reds. Not much of a difference, but like it's subtle enough to be like, I can jive with it. It also has like a slightly deeper shadow tone to it too. Now this one was just all pink. I made so many versions that were just slight differences that was like, there's enough here to warrant it. The pinks aren't bad. I actually like how this one looks too. And then this one was just pure orange. It was a duller orange, honestly, but hey, it works. Let's see, let's compare and contrast. Yippee! Another way. Wow. Look at the subtle differences. The differences are so subtle, man. There's like there kind of is almost no reason to make this many, but hey. It is what it is. Yeah, I didn't really have too many issues. This was also the only time that I ended up using a different texture brush. I used it a few times last year too, and I do like how it looks and feels to use, but like I just found no opportunity to really use it again after a certain point. And this being the certain point. Let's give it a look. I refined the sketch on this one too. I was having a lot of trouble with the eyeballs for some reason this time around. At least during the sketching phase. Also, hold on. I just want to point this out real quick. Okay. So, Maya, if you ever see this, I was having trouble trying to figure out what color her eyeballs were. Also, we need a new song list. Hold on. I have Good Kid EP2 now. Last one was EP1. Okay. So, I didn't know what color eyeballs Rhodelia had. Because I had conflicting images where it was like, she had red eyeballs, or brown, or maybe green. And I'm just like, what color was it? but I couldn't ask her directly because that would give it away, you know? Like, oh, I'm doing a revenge piece. You could ask her. You could ask her if you want, but like during that process, I was like, I hit up all my other friends who knew her OCs better than I did. It's just like, guys, what color is her eyeballs? Please, I need to know. Does has to know. And everyone managed to like at least say like, oh, I think the latest one, where she has green eyeballs is the real one. It's like, cool. I know the color eyeballs now. At least that's what I think was the main color, but hey, no one said anything, so it's like, I got it right, I guess. But I was struggling trying to figure that part out, and I was contemplating doing like an alt eyeball color, just for like red or brown or whatever, but I didn't. Because I would like to live, and I have so much art to do. So yeah, the texture brush here, I do like this one, especially how it blends. And you can see how that looks out over time, especially with how the final piece looks. And then for the hair, I use my usual like paintbrush that I like using for shading everything, for fur and stuff. It'd been a while at that point since I last used that brush for hair and stuff like that, but I got used to it. It looks good. I definitely the hair is more brown than anything, brown reddish. But I was trying to get the colors right to match the scene. And it looked good. The background I kind of like pieced together because like I didn't really have like a solid idea for it. But we got colors, we got textures. Rim, we got fucking underlighting. We did it! And that's how that turned out. Yippee! I'm trying to speed it up a little because, like, we still have... By the way, that was attack number 10, so we're halfway there. I would like to not spend all day doing this, but, I mean... Hey. Next! Cheesy diagnosis. The doctors are in! Wow! This one was for my partner! Plus someone else. Fuck! No! No! Maya. Why? Why? Why did you do this to me? Let me show you the rep folder. We got red eyeball and we got green eyeball. What am I supposed to do? Had the green eyeballs not been there, I would have assumed they were red or brown. Well, no one complained, so either she was just trying to be nice, or they were trying to be nice, or you know, it looked good anyway. Because hey, they drew them with green sometimes, so can't blame me there. I love art. Art is a collaborative process. So hey, it works. Yeah. You did it. We tried. Alright. The next one. This was also technically a revenge piece, but the other person was on the other team, so I directed the attack at them to get more points, because Bill and I are on the same team, so revenging would not have gotten me a lot of points. But yeah, this one, Toontown. I like Toontown. Toontown's great. I need to play more of it. These characters are both doctors. Dr. Cheesy Roni, which is this one right here. That's Phil's. And then we got Dr. Cheesy Pretzel. That guy. Someone told me, the way that I drew these Toontown characters low-key looks like Sonic characters. And I can kind of see it. But yeah, this one was fun. Hold on. Let us look at the thing. The doctors are in. Man, look at that sketch. Look at that thumbnail. I was trying to make sure I got the composition in order first, and then fix things as we go. I didn't know how I was gonna do the background. I know I went to do like the typography stuff, make it look good, and I wanted to do this pose because I like Devil May Cry and I like referencing small things. It's not the exact pose, but the idea is good enough. So we got the thumbnail, and we got this. Also, let me show you what I'm referencing specifically to. Devil May Cry, baby. It's not the same, but the idea is still similar. Jackpot. So yeah, linear lighting saves the day again. So much linear lighting, man. This one was definitely like kind of a challenge in terms of just getting the posing right and also getting the colors to feel right too for this one. Sorry, I'm sipping and eating ice. But I think the whole thing ended up coming together. Check out my partner. Cheesesteak Phil. Cheesesteak Phil. Cheesesteak Phil. They got one extra E on Twitter because Twitter can't find them. Follow them! Now! And here's Squirm, the guy with the other one. They have a lot of socials. Here's Squirm's one. They have a lot of different variations. Oh yeah, this profile page is cool. They got the fucking GIF art fight card and everything. It's a fun page. So yeah, let's go over it. Hello. Art fight. Art fight. Okay, so I only made one alternate gradient for this one, because honestly the whole presentation for this one was kind of like, I can't really mess with the colors too much with this one if I'm being real. So there you go, the doctors are in, and then we got a slight purple, like a light purple gradient going on. Maybe. I don't know. It was kind of like, there wasn't really too many options I could mess with, so it's like, eh. They both work, but I prefer the original. Yeah, it was... There was, this one was challenging mainly because, like, not only was, like, the posing situation was something I had to, like, sort out and make sure I refine right, it was also, like, what the hell was I gonna do with the background? So I was fucking around with, like, the fonts and everything and, like, trying to get, like, the sort of stuff I want out of it. It was really hard, I'm not gonna lie, because it's like, I didn't know how to frame it for this one. So I was just slapping words and, like, rotating and fixing them around. I was like, I want to get all the words I want in here. And eventually it came to a compromise and figured out how I was gonna color the letters and everything. Doctors was the most satisfying part after I realized I could just, like, diagonal it. I didn't want to lose too many, like, I didn't want to get obscured too much by the by the characters. Ended up working out. Cheesy background. Everything cheese themed. And then also, like, the doctors are in the end part. I wanted to replicate the water guns, basically. I had a friend being like, I don't think you should have it like that, but it's like, well, it's to mimic the water gun. It's like, oh, I understand now. So, in my mind, it's like, yeah, it kind of sticks out, and probably a little too hard, but, like, it matches the theme of everything deep down, at least with what they're doing. Also, their eyeballs, they're also toony, but I still integrated, like, my usual eyeball shading stuff into it, and I think it turned out fine. They always look good. Alright, where's the time lapse? I think I started recording this one a little late. No, I didn't. I did it after I refined the sketch. It was also just drawing toon down stuff is fun too, because, like, I get to be looser with it and not, like, think too hard. Yippee! And also just trying to find the right colors to start with a base before I start applying all the extra fancy lighting, shading. Linear Light, my friend Linear Light saves the day. Oops. I didn't want to go overtly bright with it, but like, at this point it's like, might as well just go all in on it, since it is Toontown, like colorful. An extra overlay of colors. Yeah, you can see the insanity of like what I was messing with all the fonts and shit. Yippee! All turned out pretty good. It's crazy, like every now and then I'm like, damn, I picked some really like washed out dull colors as the base for everything, and then linear lighting really does come in to save the day, like, and really amplify it. Like, how did I get here? I realized that when I go back to doing just standard shading and not do all the fancy stuff, I gotta remember to, like, not get too dull with it. Because looking back on it, it really does make me feel like, damn, I really do pick, like, some dull base colors just to start with, but it all comes together in the end, still. Like, I'm not fixing my mistakes, I'm literally, like, this was the base layer that helped assemble the rest of it, the foundation. Alright, next one. Now this one's probably just my favorite one for like, purely for like the color palette alone, for how this one came along. Yippee, a farmer's work is never done. Josh from accounting as a farmer! Yippee! And looking back on this one now, I love how the clouds came out here. I have a cloud brush, and like, I just did this one, I was like, damn, this came out pretty good. This one is pretty damn good. I didn't have a thumbnail for this one. This one was just in my brain. This is an artist that I follow on Twitter. I've been following them for a while, and I like how they do dinosaurs and character and like art in general. And I figure, like, why not? This guy's a dinosaur. That's fun. I completely, like, lost my train of thought about what I was gonna say. But yeah. Cool guy. This is Josh from accounting. Cool dude. Chickens and pies is the person. Yippee! Josh from accounting. Yes, that is my name. I got some good stuff. But yeah, the farmer piece was actually inspired by like another piece that's not on this page. I have it. downloaded. I might as well just pull it up. Backed out too far. Yeah, I got both of them right here. Yeah. They did like some farmer pieces with Josh and was like, oh, that's cute. And that one was like, these are like what stuck out to me. Especially this one. Now this piece helped really like help me settle in with like a general color theme and the color palette in general for how the piece would come out. I'll explain more in a second, but yeah, there they are. Chickens and pies. They're links. But yeah, this I took heavy inspiration for in like the sky color and like how to present the rest of those color tones here. It really did help figure it out. And also the general like feathering or fluff went back to like a good old classic brush I like using for that one. The overlay and lighting comes together very nicely. Let's pull it up. So I made a couple of more versions of these, but I stuck with the original for uploading to ArtFight. I think it looks nice. I love the feathery, the fluffy, the texture in the world. I went with a lineless background for this one because I didn't want to put in the extra effort of lining stuff out this time. And plus it was simple enough to where it's like, yeah, I could just do this. And it came together really well. I love how all the colors just come together. And there was barely any additional like overlay stuff that really like added on to it. Like it's super satisfying. Here's like a little bit of a starker gradient. Works pretty good too. And then this one, you gotta get the purple in there, man. There's something about purple, man. Purple helps with a lot of things. Like these additional ones are nice, but like the base one it just comes back to just looking so good. Yippee! Yippee! The subtle differences sometimes. Such a good one. I love how the clouds came out. I love how the coloring came out. I love the texture work for some of this stuff. I've really like learned to like get the feathers down packed for like simplifying it and also just getting it across versus trying like too hard for it, I guess. Like the simplicity ends up adding to it. God, for some reason, trying to get the volume to work for this chick in the front was like, he was so flat and I like had to fix him up so hard to like round him out a little bit. Oops. Well, whatever it may be, we got time lapse. Time lapse, baby. Yeah, I started after I refined everything. And I had the arm on another layer because, like, I didn't want to lose the form of the body. God, and also, man, this is always the issue with art sometimes. Hey, come back here. This is the issue with art sometimes when it's like, in order to fully understand, you know, the angle and perspective of like how something should look and how something should look when lined out, it's like you have to draw the whole form to at least get an understanding of how it looks while you build on top of that to get the rest of the anatomy in there. That's like, oh wow, this little this rotund motherfucker over here is like, that's awesome. Too bad it gets covered up by like 90% of whatever's happening here, you know? It's just funny like that. And I realized after the fact that I didn't add like the frizzy like straw bits after when I rendered it. I forgot to do that. Look at them colors, baby. I actually worked backwards with this one, actually, because I ended up doing the background first, and then tackled the rest of it, which made me realize that doing the background really does, like, helps solidify, like, where the color direction should be going at that point. And the cloud work and everything in between. It's crazy how this turned out, man. Yeah, there's like... Yeah, you got the... Even without it, it still looked pretty good with like the overlay and everything. Oh yeah, the fucking overlay shading for just the chickens too, like... I didn't go out of my way to like do like hand painted for that one. I literally just resorted to just using the overlay to save me on that one. And it worked. Beautiful. I just really like how this one came together, because it's just like, there wasn't like a drastic change or shift in in like the shading part, because like you can see like everything like kept true to like what it looked like at the beginning. It like really makes it all pop. It really does, man. Adds a whole new dimension to it. I think I just had like a strong foundation too, which really like set the rest into motion, honestly. But now we move on. Pokemon! Roll encounter. Wow. I really kind of like... Okay, there's some things that I like about this and some things that I don't. But yeah, this one was for Hazy and Lobbot HQ. Hazy, my friend Hazy. Hazy Moonlight. Look at them everywhere. And then Lawbot HQ. I found them through like another OC that I wanted to draw, but Ox type Lawbot. Actually, I swear they had a different OC at some point. Oh well. But I ended up drawing the Pokemon. But yeah, in terms of this piece here, first off, I love how Yuzafent came out. I think that's how you say that. The Pokemon anyway. This is where I finally mastered the master that freaking line art, that solid line art brush, where I got it to work exactly how I wanted to, and the feather work and the fluff came out so good here. I'm honestly obsessed with it. And then also you have this guy over here too with like the whole cosmic shading and everything. I love how that came out too. Kind of sucks that some of it gets obscured in with like the wings and everything, but it's enough colorful imagery that like it pulls it together on that one. I do wish I made this more motiony, like the wings and everything, but I kind of like half-assed it there. And in terms of the background, like this is a lot better than what I had for the thumbnail sketches. Let me show you. Alright, so when I decided to get to that piece, originally, this is what it looked like. This is what I was gonna try and do. But then I was like, I'm unsatisfied with this. Let's try it again. And then I drew up a different one with a bit more perspective put into it. Where like the forest trees are more going upward and all this shit. There's a better angle, a little more nervousness displayed here. Displayed a lot more things going on. And I like how that came out. So that's what I ended up settling on. I do love the feather work. I love how like all the shading and texturing came out too. Background wise, I felt like it could have been stronger, like to really emphasize the sort of like perspective of the trees going more upward, and you kind of see that happening. But could have been better, but hey, it came out really nice though. Now this one had a couple of gradients that I was pretty happy with. Yeah. So the one I uploaded was pretty much the original, which turned out pretty good. And then we had this one, which makes it more like a more warmer kind of tone. It diverts from the colorful lighting for a more natural look, which still looks cool. This one is definitely like a deeper, I call this one a lantern sort of look. Adds a much warmer, deeper, richer color going on here. And then of course, purple. Purple always saves the day, man. This is like ultra purple, man. Oh, and there's my custom thumbnail. Yeah. We love purple in this household. But yeah, that one turned out pretty good. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one? And on the details for this, look at that. Look at that fucking galaxy ass fucking texture work, man. Beautiful. Oh man, I didn't even notice that little error there. Damn. Well. I thought I erased that. I remember seeing that during the production. I thought I erased that shit. It was gonna bother me for 10 billion years. Let's go over the time lapse real quick. Started after the sketch, line art and everything, colors, everything came together pretty fast. Actually, wait. Oh no, I started after I got the line art done on the characters and then went straight into, yeah. Black colored it. I stuck with the colors for the most part. Try to like, yeah. I kind of figured out the color scheme I wanted in my head for this one, so like it all blended together pretty nicely. I stuck with an overlay shading on this one, actually. I didn't use linear lighting for this one. And then use the intense, colorful lighting coming off of the other Pokemon to really, like, settle in everything else as well. Pretty good. Yippee! I love shading, colors, and everything in between. You could tell them kind of losing my mind at this point, since talking about art for like 3 hours. Now it's time for probably the most impressive piece, probably. Let's get it. Vista Point. Yippee! Bird Central, baby. Oh my god. This one really fucking came together. Just like the farmer one, working backwards helped like set the color tones and everything for like how to proceed with the rest of the color palette, especially when setting it for the characters here. The ocean was a big deal. That one had the most like detail put into it. The island itself kind of like came naturally, so it's just a blend of a bunch of colors, textures, and everything. But man, the ocean, man. I haven't drawn water since last year for the last art fight piece. I think this could have came out a little better with like the waves and everything. I probably should have made it like more blurry or a lot smaller or something. But still came out pretty good. Characters wise, I love how they all came out. They matched the color tones perfectly. The lighting and everything. Composition wise, okay, originally this was only going to be 2 characters, but it expanded to 4. So you can see that this was the original piece up here, but it wasn't like to my liking. I wanted to better accentuate like the perspective and the angle. So I tried again and then added more guys to the piece. And look at that. Turned out pretty cool. You went from that? That. What the fuck? What do you mean art just happened? Yeah, there's a lot of people here. Look at this guy. I love Worth. Take a look at all their social. Hold on, I'll make this easier for everyone. So many people. Where's your links? Wow, awesome. A lot of links, buddy. So yeah, there's the links for everybody. Leave that up there for a few minutes, just so caught and seen. Alright, hold on. Alright, back to this. That was 277 points, man. Thanks. Ugh. So yeah, this was cool. Alright, let me get the thing. Let's get the pieces. Okay. So I made a couple of alts for this one too. But I think I still ended up just using the regular one as the main submission. So we got that. Then we got like a stronger sunset sort of color going on. It definitely it definitely adds a stronger contrast to the shadows. It's a good one. And of course we got purple pink, man. That shit always rules. It's good shit. And then this one has like a little bit of extra yellow added to it. It's not that big of a difference. It is such a minute difference. It's such a minute difference that like you have to like really pay attention. But you can see like the colors are highlighted better. Some of this. But yeah, I do think that the stronger contrast one is probably the best one as an alternative one. It's a good one. I like this piece. Oh yeah. I forgot that I saved out the background as its own little thing just to see the whole thing. It's a good thing that the characters are covering up like a good chunk of the island, huh? Also, I did add like a sort of like overlay on top of like the line art for some of this. Just because there's such a bright sun there. And there's enough of a blur, a natural blur going on because of it. It makes it look like the draw distance is like fading out a little bit. Time lapse. See this shit, man. I worked backwards on this one too. And also trying to set like a colored background at first too also helps like really get the color palette rolling for what you want. I also, for this one specifically, I ended up trying to figure out the colors for like to better match the rest of like the pinks and yellows. I actually did an overlay color on top of some of the green stuff to really gauge like where the green should be on the color wheel for this, and it really did help like solidify that to better like grasp it. So now you can see that I did the ocean over here and everything in between. And also you can see that originally the sky was just going to be like a natural gradient before I slipped in like my usual like nighttime sky like dapple shit. And then I worked with the color palette from there. I toned down the colors that they originally were to better like match the scene as well. Linear lighting saves the day again. And there's a few moments of like hand painting stuff just to like get stuff to be fixed up more correctly, because like sometimes linear lighting is like great, but also I don't have enough control and it's not giving me what I want. But it works. Like you can even see before I add like the overlay. Just the natural palette too just already works. Yippee! Music? What is that? Alright, so yeah, that be that. I like how this worked out. Also, this was the most amount of characters I put on the screen at once for art fight, so 4 total. Yippee! I did do that last year, actually. I put a bunch of birds. I realize now that last year I also did a piece where I had like 4 birds in the same scene together. So it's kind of appropriate. Also, I realized that like I went on like an I went on like a mass attack spree at this point because like I did 4 pieces back to back that were mass attacks. Magical skies. Now this one was fun. Look at that. Jacoons, as they're called. They're like a closed species thing. Let me get my one last chunk of snowball shaved ice piece and alright. Now this one. This was supposed to be a 1 character piece because I wanted to draw this guy down here. I wanted to draw this guy down here, and then I was just looking back over the other pieces. Not the other pieces, the other OCs that I had saved. Because like it was either gonna be him or him. And then and like, of course, it's a shower thought. Inspiration hits me like a fucking truck. It's like, oh, what if I do like a mirrored image thing? And the rest is history, honestly. This one was probably like the easiest one line art wise, because all I literally had to do was draw one of them and flip it. And it worked, and I had to make minor changes to, you know, to like better fit, you know, whichever thing you were looking at here. So although this is the original orientation, you can flip this, and it would look good the same way. The clouds are not symmetrical, so like I drew that by hand. They were not on like a plane or a symmetry ruler or anything. Same thing with the guys here, because I literally didn't have like a ruler, like a symmetry ruler set up to where it just mirrors everything that I'm doing. I literally did this by hand. I set it up the way I wanted it to, and I lined it up just right to where everything is perfect, like between the head, and then from there everything kind of just worked out. And what can I say? Linear lighting saves the day, because there's so much color shit going on here. I would lose my mind if I hand painted everything. This, both of these characters are for Locke, or from Locke. Nafu Bravado! Follow them everywhere. They don't use Twitter. He doesn't use Twitter anymore, so follow him on Blue Sky instead, the better Twitter. So I really like how this one came out. Purely for the composition of it all, and plus I've never done like a mirror image sort of deal. I've always had one idea specifically for like King Dedede and like his shadow mirror version from like Triple Deluxe that I wanted to do, but I never did. But hey, look, I've managed to finally do something with that idea of mirroring things. So let's bring up... Okay, so these are probably like... these alts... probably... Alright, this is when I started to get kind of like... I started to get more experimental with the alts here, like the gradients. Because usually I just say like, oh, gradient, overlay, blending mode, and call it a day. I decided to say, fuck it, why don't I just leave some on normal, or maybe try out some of the other blending modes, because sometimes gradients with different blending modes it really does make a difference. So I stuck with the original to upload to Artfight because it's honestly it works out the best. But then, you know, I have some other ones. I have a rainbow. Wow, it's gay. It's awesome. I really do like how the rainbow gradient. Well, what was funny is that this wasn't even a gradient. I just used a soft airbrush and just colored it and used overlay, which was more effective than the actual rainbow gradient. Yippee! And we got blue, some blues in here. Looks nice. Now this one is when I decided to say, just leave the blending mode as normal, and just slide the opacity a bit. I like how this one looks. It's kind of like a memory sort of deal. I think it looks nice. And then we got a little bit of pink. I think the pink looks nice. It does make things look a little weird, especially with like certain things. I think I used the pin light overlay on this one. And also, because this is mirrored, it does look good in any orientation. Even sideways isn't too bad, honestly. Look at that. That's pretty cool. It was so funny, like, working back and forth, like, rotating the canvas each time to, like, fix up one character or the other. Pretty good. Yippee! That one's pretty good. Let's see the timelines. Yeah, started after the sketch. You can see like my general process for like how to do like perspective and like foreshortening with like bending objects or like things. Like you do like the tube cylinder bit to like really get the form going to understand it. Just do some copy and pasting for the line art and everything, you're fine. Like because, okay, so like, here's a trick that I've been doing. Like, because I'm doing so much like linear shading and everything, since that doesn't affect like where the base colors, like, you know, sharp lines are or anything like that, I usually go in like beforehand to like basically blend them together by hand, but not really like add any extra colors to it. Just blend them between them more easily with like fur and shit, so it looks more natural. So when I get to actually linear shading, it looks good. Yippee! Why are you white? Yippee! Also some extra overlay to give it a little bit of spicier color, and blah, you got it. I did add some extra colors over the clouds themselves too, just to give it some variety. It's subtle, but it's enough to like make a difference. Yippee! Pretty good. Can you believe I do like most of my work without like fucking God. Here's the thing, when I draw a front-facing character, I don't ever use the symmetry tool. I've just gotten so used to just drawing them from the face, from the front sometimes. I'm just like, yeah, I don't need symmetry. Fuck that shit. Probably make my life easier, but like, no. I'll just fucking deal with it. I could have used the symmetry tool and just drew them, you know, as is, but hey. I mean, copy and pasting worked because I lined it up just right. It's beautiful. Beautiful artwork. So this was piece 15. Around this point, I was starting to degrade. I was becoming something that wasn't human anymore. I was feeling the effects of the human body when they haven't been doing a lot of other things that they're supposed to, like go out and see the sun, or be more active instead of drawing constantly. So things were starting to slow down, but I was determined to get to 20 pieces by the end of it all. But for some reason, this next piece fucking took like 2-3 days to finish, and I'm like, what happened here? It wasn't even that complicated. Big dude's big trouble, roll for initiative. Look at that shit, man. This didn't need to take 2-3 days. Pretty sure it only took 2 days. But part of my brain is like, this took forever. If anything, I'm proud of how the poses came out for this one. Worked out pretty good. Drawing for 1 billion years. I love drawing complicated clothing. It's my favorite activity. And this, by the way, this guy in the back, he didn't have any sort of like armor references. He was just labeled as a dragonborn barbarian. He was naked, he had no clothes. And I was just supposed to work with that. So you know what? I found some dragonborn sort of style clothing on Google. I was like, here we go. This is what we're working with. Barbados, my friend Barbados. That's my guy. I haven't drawn him full color in a while. Barbados. Okay. This guy over here is Carbon. This is Phil's D&D character that runs in the same campaign as Barbados. He's awesome. I love him. He says cowabunga every time he kills someone, but he whispers it. It's great. Kenneth. So, yeah, this was the only ref I could work with here. Yippee. So I had to work with that. Stop opening up images of this naked man. Along the stinkies. There they are, twitter.coms. Look at them! Look at them! Look at them! Be aware they do say that most external sites are 18 plus, so please be careful. Do you be responsible? Curate your online experience, and also please don't be a minor and follow someone that you're not supposed to. That's all you gotta do. Please be normal. So yeah, I figured doing a D&D styled piece would be great, honestly. Figured I'd try something different. And definitely it was the poses that were something I needed to nail right away. Here is the thumbnail. Very rough, but hey, it works. And by the way, at this point, I took a short break after piece number 15 to also draw out more thumbnails for the final set. So you got all these guys. There's Edgeworth Bird over there. Got Monsters Inc. dude over here. We're the last set. This one was a fun one to like figure out, like, I say fun, but really it's kind of like just getting the texturing work going on to match each person. It all came together. I don't really have anything interesting other than to say like the background framing is based off the Baldur's Gate 3 UI. Posing was fucking awesome, but also my hands did not agree with me on this one. Kerbin. I love Kerbin. Minotaur. Charges, he wins. He had a way more complicated axe or decorations, like ornaments on there. If I try to do that, I would die. I have no other words for it. I would have died. Want to see the complexity? Look at that. Bill, I love you. I can't do that. I'll die, especially for our fight. Next time, if I draw Kerbin, I will draw all of that. I will die for you for that. Now this one was actually a proper revenge target, because the other person was also on our team, so I could say like, hey, it's revenge actually, and get a little bit of extra points for, you know, a finished clean sketch, lineless, clean color painted, fully shaded, prop scene element design background, and only get 40 points for it because, you know, You only get 20 points of your total point value for friendly fire. Hurts me every time. Okay, take a look at these. So the original was also uploaded to Arcfight. Here's some alts. This one's almost like a washed out poster kind of look. This one has more of like a washed out little sort of vibe. Hate the friendly fire penalty, I get it, I understand, but also oh, it'd be hard for my friends to get a bunch of points. Same. Literally, like, only getting 20% for friendly fire is such a steep, like, penalty. Like, I feel like it would have been nicer if it was like fucking, I don't know, maybe you get like 40%, maybe. Maybe even half of it. Because literally the last 5 attacks would be, the last 5 attacks I did for this year were all friendly fire. So it's like, ugh. I mean, I was balanced between doing friendly fire and also attacking other people who were on the opposite team. But it's like, I mean, I didn't care, like, what my point value was, because, like, I just wanted to draw. And I saw cool dudes, and I drew them. That's what I did. But, God. I would like to get, you know, recognition for the work I've done. Especially now that, since all of my pieces were fully rendered. Just saying. Ah man, I love Sunset Purple. It's my favorite. Literally. Stings. Here's the art. Here's the time lapse. I had to color coordinate everyone just to make it easier for me, because I need to move them around. You can see the refined sketches. Thank you. Base colors, I stuck very close to the original colors, honestly. Hold on, I saw it, dude. Go back. Awesome. Beautiful. Hold on a second, I'm looking up more music. I'll just put on my mix. I have a bunch of these. Birds spotted. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Bring that back. Put that back. Put everything back. I'll kill you. Okay. Yeah, the Dragonborn was... I basically did the same texturing trick that I did for the other dragons early on. But also there was like speckles and stuff, since that was part of the character. Just worked with that. It's a lot more subtle to see now, but eh. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of extra oomph to this one, honestly. I just struggled for 3 days for no reason. So moving on. The coolest guy, trademark. Reginald, my friend Reginald. This guy was super fun. I love drawing this one. Now comparing this to the thumbnail, actually there was a couple of different poses that I ended up like erasing as I was going through this, because I was like trying to find like, I wanted to get angular with it at certain points with it, and not just like smooth run around sort of shit. And I tried out a couple of different poses, but I ended up settling on this one. I wish I saved the other one, but it is what it is. The coolest guy. With a Nickelodeon ass bumper. Pretty good. This guy's from Amson. He draws really cool, and he's got a lot of cool dudes. Yippee! Reginald, my friend Reginald. He's such a funky dragon, man. He reminds me so much of, like, Long from Wish Dragon. It's so good, man. Obsessed with it. Beautiful. Check out Cramson, Twitter, DeviantArt. Krusty Cramson Pizza is the pizza for you and me. But yeah. What was funny is that I had the idea for the composition and all this. I didn't know what I wanted to do for the background, specifically. So I kind of just flicked around and found out until I found something that worked for me. Also, sorry if I sound like I'm chewing on something. I'm eating some food. I've been going at this way longer than I thought I would. But yeah, this one turned out pretty good. Linear lighting, saving the day again. I thought I was gonna like hand paint this one, but then I like gave up. So yeah, let's go over the pieces. Now this one had the most variety in it in terms of the gradients, and I really do like how they all came out. I did stick with the original as the main one, because that's just how good it looks for me. This one's got that purple, because we can't get enough of purple. Why purple? This one leans closer into the orange look. How about some underwater shit? I think this one looks pretty good as an alternative. And probably the most distinct one. I decided to just let the overlay, not the overlay, the gradient, just stay on a normal layer. Because this one did turn out really cool. This one's like a fucking, like, rock poster kind of, movie poster shit. It's a very specific aesthetic. They're all distinct and unique, and I like it. Now where's the time lapse? There it is. Yippee! I started this one partway through because I completely forgot to start the time lapse. Like, I remember specifically, like, oh, I should start the time lapse, and I just didn't start it. And then I just kept going. I was like, oh shit, the time lapse. Yeah, you can see how everything just looks. Yippee! Get that color in there, baby! Eyeball shading that you can barely see, but hey, it works! I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I didn't know what color to make the coolest letters look. I was so conflicted on them the entire time, and I just left it as is. And worked my way around it. I thought I was gonna make the guy part just stay green the whole time, but like, changed my mind. I want everything to be kind of like cohesive on that front. God, the fucking bit rate just tanked at the end because there was so much shit happening at the end. And it's something that I like to do when I want to get some quick, like, easy and dirty, like, background texture, is that I crank up my pencil, like, sketch brush or whatever, and just, like, glaze over it. And do like an overlay effect. It does the job so well. It's so good. Yippee! Came out so good. Came out so good, tanked the bitrate of the video at the end. It's a good one. Honestly, if anything, Art Fight has taught me that drawing dragons is fun. I should really draw the Spyro dragons, man. Alright, 2 more pieces. No, 3 more pieces. I'm fucking stupid. Math. Goodbye, Reginald. You're my friend forever. Now this one, I am pretty, like, oops. I am pretty proud of how this one came out, specifically just because I drew a human dude and he looks really good. Serenity is what helps here. I am not proud of how these clouds turned out, but I was just like, oh fuck it, I don't want to redo them. I got shit to do. I'm running out of time. But yeah, this one belonged to another friend of mine. Pretty cool. I like this dude. Minotaur. We like it. or a bull or whatever, just a bull cow. Let me get them. Laszlo Lemur. And by the way, fucking Laszlo, shout out to Laszlo over here, because oh my god, all of his art is fucking beautiful. Jesus Christ. He just does this. This is just how he paints and just draws. It's insane. This is just what he does. This is just what he does on the regular. Absolutely insane. That one was by another friend of his. I know that. The insanity. Okay, no. I want a full thing. Ah, shit. Okay, I gotta go back. Ugh. Get back in there. I need to look at all of the beautiful pictures. That's by someone else, but Jesus. God damn, man. Absolutely out of this world. Go follow him right now. Laszlo Lemur. Tumblr and Twitter. Actually, his Twitter doesn't exist anymore. He has other ones. But, adult-oriented. Laszlo Lemur. Now, this one was by Smash Chew. All of their art is honestly really cute and beautiful, honestly. I'm obsessed. It's good stuff. They also like drawing Viva Pinata stuff a lot. Yippee! Follow them everywhere! They got a lot of characters. Yeah, this is another person who just happens to have a lot of characters. There's their socials, Smash You basically everywhere. Want to see how many characters they have? They have a lot. Way more than anybody. Now, I don't think they had 60 at the start. I think they had like 90. They either trimmed the fat or I'm misremembering. I drew for this owl. I drew this one. This wasn't even for Art Fight. I just drew it because it was awesome. Hold on, let me find it, actually. Give it to me. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Give it to me right now! There it is. I still like this one. This one's a good one. But anyway, back on topic. Beautiful Serenity Feast. I wanted to. This was the composition that I wanted, but I needed to simplify the background because I didn't want to spend 1 billion years on the background. Hold on. So yeah, so I figured like, oh, let's do like a clearing with like some trees in the background. That worked. I decided to go lineless on the background again for this one, and I decided to use the grass tree brush that I had, and like apply it to these trees in the background to like work on that, so I don't have to worry about it. Really helps simplify the process. Hello, Mr. Pig. There it is. Take a look at some of these. Of course, it's the original that I ended up uploading because it worked out the best. I'm now noticing an error. Something I should have cleaned up back here. I don't know why I didn't catch it in the moment. Still looks good. Wow, and we got a lot of purples and oranges and yellows in this one. Wow! This one's a softer look. It works. Good. Now this one is definitely like sort of like a washed out photo. I like the way this one looks actually. And then we got like a darker sort of one. I thought this one looked cool stylistically. It works. I like it. Yippee! I don't have any more other interesting notes other than like I'm proud of how the satyr dude came out, Navi, and also hand poses and stuff like that. I posed for this one. Makes it easier reference. But yeah, I like how this one came out. From like the anatomy to the face, and also just skin tone too. I'm glad I'm following that right. Good stuff, honestly. I do like the Minotaur lady over here too. I mean, this one was kind of a given because it's just like, yeah, I could do that. I just drew Carbon and everything will be fine. And I like how it came out. Definitely a little messier on the fur side of things, but it's fine. It works. What was funny about this is that I didn't realize that both of these characters had like flowers growing on them, or they just had flowers on them, and it was like, oh shit, I gotta draw flowers. That's funny. Thematically, it worked out. Let's review the time lapse. Yippee! It started after. Yeah. Started after the sketch. Also, you can see here that I drew the hand way too big. I've gradually like shrunk it over time. Yippee! Coloring! I also worked backwards from this one too. And I kind of like haphazardly, like, you know, just threw down a bunch of shit in the background, so hopefully it just blends together on its own. And it does. It worked out pretty good. Yeah, this one was definitely interesting to like work through because it's like I think I relied more on overlays on this one, and also a couple of hand-painted moments too, just to get it across. Yeah, definitely. This was definitely a mix between overlays and like hand painting stuff, and also a little bit of linear lighting too. Looks pretty good. And then the lighting overlay to better match the rest of it with the warm tones. Go beating off everybody. Pretty good. Yippee! We did it, everybody! We won art! There's 2 more. 2 more to go! Let's take a look. Let's check a look. Alright. The most rewarding job. Monsters Inc. This one came naturally for the most part. But I do have the thumbnail for this one as well. We went from that. We went to that from this. Yippee! A little hard to tell, but like my brain was like, I know what I need to do. I went with a pretty simple background with this one, but it was effective enough to work out. You know, office building, staff room. More of it's his office. This guy was really fun. It never crossed my mind that there could be such a thing as Monsters Inc. or Monster University OSUs until I started looking through this guy's stuff. Golden Tops. This guy's cool. Makes a lot of stuff. He makes a lot of cool stuff. This guy has a lot of OCs. The max, if anything. He's got so many. From various fandoms to original stuff. A lot of dudes, man. And a Hollow Knight OCs too. I think I remember originally following him because of Hollow Knight stuff back in the day too. Yippee! Give them a follow. Check them out. Golden Tops, they're everywhere. Alright. Okay. Platypus, Monster Dude, wings. Right up my alley. I didn't really have much difficulty drawing him. It was pretty simple, honestly. All this came pretty naturally for the most part. Like, I didn't have that much issue with it. If anything, I'm pretty proud of, like, the general, setup of the hands, that they're all doing something different. Doing something different and productive. Probably made more sense if the coffee cup was, like, in another, like, in an upper hand, because it's closer to the face, but... eh. Whatever you're gonna do. But let's review the other things. Now, the one I uploaded to ArtFight was actually a gradient one that had a natural like bask of light going on. But the one that I actually that was the original was this one, which my original intent was to have like sort of like a colder like morning, you know, like that early cold morning kind of. But then I started to doubt myself about whether or not I wanted to use the original one or stick with a gradient. Because if anything, all the gradients ended up just being different times a day, and they all work. But like, I keep coming back to the original one. I'm just like, I do kind of like this one a little more. You see the different details, Monsters University, certificate, little background photo of another OC of theirs, because they are like staff, technically. Co-workers, staff. Yippee! There's a little guy right there. I wonder who that could be. For something that I do on the regular, where I stand and like I cross my foot and like, you know, pose it exactly like that. That shit is so hard to draw. I'm not even joking. For some reason, that is like one of the hardest poses to draw for me, and I do that so often for myself. Like, how? Anyway, let's see the other one. This one's more of a late night vibe. This one is the daytime one. This one's the afternoon one. This one's a pretty, like, striking one. And then this one's just a general, like, pink, and I just think it looks nice. Let's take a look at the time lapse. I was about to scream for a second because I was like, where's the time lapse? Because I saw another one ahead of me that was supposed to be like the final one. But it's like, oh wait, right, they were both done on the same day, so at the same timestamp. Started after the sketch, after all that was cleaned up. I didn't use like I bullshitted the perspective basically, since it was such a simple shot. Yippee! I love working backwards with colors! I think. This freaking window. I don't know why, but I felt like I was having trouble with it. Yippee! I mean, there really isn't like anything specific to like point out in this one. Other than like, this was a pretty standard, it came together pretty easily piece. Like, I have no complaints. I don't know what I don't know even what to add here, honestly. Kind of speaks for itself. Oops. Alright. It's time. The final piece of the art fight puzzle. Order in the angriest court. Actually, it would be more appropriate to put on Phoenix Wright music. Hippie! Play it now! Actually, there's a better video for this. Okay. Alright. Now, when I saw this guy on Art Fight, okay, I was like, Miles Edgeworth Angry Bird. I was like, I have to draw this dude. But not now. I'll save it for last. And I planned this one to be like my final blow. Because, oh my god. Now, this is not what the character looks like. That's just my interpretation. Because, this is what Miles Edgeworth Angry Bird looks like. Isn't he beautiful? Isn't he beautiful? It's awesome. And you could ship him with the right Angry Bird. Crazy. This wonderful creature slaps the top of his head. This dude can fit so much Widow's Peak. So yeah, I decided to just full-blown just turn him into like the style of the Angry Birds movie like style, and went from there. It was awesome. And this one, okay, I'll be real. This was like this is technically the laziest and like fastest way for me to set the background. I just color picked from the background of the actual like courtroom, and also I kind of just overlaid the I overlaid the background piece of the courtroom to help me line up the shot better. It went from there. Because this was literally the last day of Art Fight, and also I was tired. I did not want to put in the extra effort into this background, so I did that. And then we have Miles Edgeworth Bird. He's beautiful. He's amazing. I wouldn't trade him for anything else in the world. He's great. And and by the way, wouldn't you have guessed it? Wouldn't you have known that this being my last piece, that it was also an Angry Birds character? Just like the first art fight piece I did earlier in the month. Huh. Isn't it beautiful how thematic it was to start with a bird and end with a bird, and specifically be an angry bird? It's awesome. Anyway, go check out Phoenix. They have a YouTube channel. Check them out. The inevitability of an angry bird. Yep. Absolutely beautiful. Alright. Now let's go over the last set of images. There was no reason to make as many gradients for this as I did, but I still did. The original, because why not? Golden. Yeah. Golden. Ah, we got purple. Purple. We love it. We love it here. We love purple. And we got my favorite gradient, which I have titled Almost Christmas. Because I think it was funny. Doesn't this color palette look familiar? Almost Christmas. Beautiful. We love purples. We love them. And finally, let's get that last time lapse in order. Angry bird. Get back over here. I started the time lapse partway through the line art phase, I believe. A little bit, yeah. I was towards the end of that, I was like, should I give him legs? Like, proper legs? I was like, nah, don't feel like it. Yippee! This one had a lot more hand. I ended this with just hand painting a lot of this stuff, or at least the Angry Bird. Yippee! Objection! Yeah, there's not much else to point out here, other than, like, I do enjoy the base colors here, and then the extra overlay does things. Well, actually, the one thing I can point out is I completely forgot the shade, the mouth, the inside of it, and then I was just like, I'll just fix it in post, and that's what I did with the overlay. Overlay fixes everything. And I was thinking about, like, just copy and pasting the objection PNG into here, but I was like, I'll just draw it myself and try to get it as close as possible. And I think it does the job. Ugh. Art fight. We did it. 20 goddamn pieces. By the way, that's the fucking thumbnail. I don't know why there's a green dot there. Who put that there? Yippee! It's insane that I managed to like actually complete the 20 pieces though. Especially all from like a combination of thumbnails and just general ideas that popped into my head. Ooh. Art. Fight. That was awesome. Arted and fighted. We did it, everybody. The art fight's so good. God. I definitely learned a lot during art fight and also really pushed myself to like make a consistent stream of just like high quality pieces. Even if they're not like all the most complex things, it's about the ideas and the composition that ended up like paying out for most of these. And some of these pieces I am genuinely like a lot more proud of for like certain aspects of them. I think the Charlie one is really damn good. I like the farmer one. Vista Point. The Jacoons. You know, mirrored image. The Dutch angle, like mood lighting. Apartment complex. I like all of these pieces for different reasons. They all have like a standout thing to them that makes me like, I like them because of this and that. And that's something I can be like, hell yeah, I did something right there. You know? They all have at least one aspect that like really that helps set them apart, and you can appreciate each one for different reasons. And I can appreciate it for different reasons because I made it and be like, I fucking pushed myself enough to like figure out something different and not like reduce, reuse, recycle moment. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I didn't think it would take this long to actually like review all 20 pieces. We've been streaming for like 5 hours. It's 7:30 where I am. I didn't think it would do this to me. Now I want to know, guys, what was y'all's favorite piece that I did? Which one spoke to y'all the most? The one with the C behind? Yeah, this one. I really do love how this one came out. It's so beautiful, pretty, and just all the colors lined up perfectly for this. We like the one I did from Maya. This one surprisingly got like a good amount of attention. Like there's a like not only did like Maya love this piece, but also just like there's other people online that were like, damn, I really like this one. It's like, really? That's a surprise because this one's pretty simple compared to the other pieces I've done. But this one also like achieves specific things that works out too. I know for a while after I got this one done, this one was definitely like a personal favorite that I just kept coming back to. It was like, damn, this one came out pretty damn good. It's just like how all the colors came together for this one too. So yeah, after a month of drawing pretty much almost exclusively the entire time with very minimum work hours from my job, I realized that my body started to hate me and was like, you need to stand up more. You need to stop sitting. You're fucking you're caving in on yourself. Like, and I did notice that I probably put on a little more weight this month, but you know what? Hey, that will completely shrug off in a month because I even when I gain weight, I lose it pretty quickly, honestly. I do enough running around and like general like activities that like I'll lose it anyway. And also, exclusively focusing on art has also made me realize that my brain was a little bit mush, and spending a weekend cleaning and playing Baldur's Gate 3 instead really helped like refresh myself mentally. I was like, wow, I feel alive now. I'm gonna go back and take on the world. Cleaned my room. I cleaned the inside of my computer, which was a much needed thing. I washed my car. I'm alive on top of the world. I want to play more Baldur's Gate. I want to play video games. I want to play Street Fighter. I want to play everything. But for now, I would like to take a shower and probably get some actual dinner rolling. We've been streaming for like 5.5 hours, man. What a long stream. What a long Post Mortem, man. What a day. I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I honestly thought this would have maybe took maybe like 2 hours or something. And then I'd be like, alright guys, let's go do something else. It's like, no, 5 hours of explaining my art process. I'll take Friday to just relax and focus on something else for a little bit. But, yeah. Thanks for hanging out, listening to me ramble and explain my whole life of the last month. It was awesome. Crazy. Let's see. Let's see if there's anybody we can raid real quick. Say hi to them. I know this guy. I know that guy. Oh, hey, he's going over some of the Capcom, Dead Rising, remastered footage. I guess there's new shit coming out right now. Let's go say hi to Vash. Let's do it. Let's go say hi. Say hi to him right now. Goodbye, everybody. Love y'all. Bye.